Up everybody checking out this the Middle East crisis. I'm guessing it won't do a copyright thing or nothing, but I figure we'd check it out together. Yeah, pretty interesting actually. This war graphics. I need to subscribe to it. It's pretty interesting.
Hydra, a series of spiraling catastrophes that all intersect with each other and all boil over at once. But much like World War I, it's far easier to point to the one single act that prompted the much, much larger explosion that came afterward. In this case, there was no Gavrilo Princip to assassinate the Middle East's proverbial Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Instead, the act that toppled the region's fragile balance was a much larger attack, one that went down on October the 7th, 2023.
Yeah, in Israel.
We'll return to that date in just a moment. But in this particular case, we've got to understand how all the dominoes were arranged prior if we're going to understand what happened when those same dominoes began to fall. Now, previously on War Graphics and on our sister channel, Into the Shadows, we've discussed at length the idea that the Middle East has spent decades inside a long, cold war. That Cold War has been contested between a whole range of Middle Eastern and global nations, but primarily it's been shared between three. Iran, broadly representing the interests of Shia Islam, Russia, China, and many of the world's small anti-Western nations. Saudi Arabia, broadly representing the interests of Sunni Islam and a majority of Middle Eastern nations, while straddling loyalties between the major world powers, and Israel, broadly representing the interests of the Middle East's Jewish population, the United States, and the European Union. Now, we've got to be very clear here that this explanation leaves a lot of nuance by the wayside, but in the interest of keeping this video to a somewhat reasonable length, we'll just have to accept this basic view for now. This three-sided conflict has been ongoing for decades.
Who was the third one? Who was the third one? Or was it Israel was the third one? I thought it was Saudi Arabia. Maybe Israel was the third one. I thought it was Saudi Arabia, Iran. I thought he was saying Saudi Arabia was kind of on Israel's side, but I'm not. What do you say?
Now, previously on War Graphics and on our sister channel, Into the Shadows, we've discussed at length the idea that the Middle East has spent decades inside a long, cold war. That Cold War has been contested between a whole range of Middle Eastern and global nations, but primarily it's been shared between three. Iran, broadly representing the interests of Shia Islam, Russia, China, and many of the world's small anti-Western nations. Saudi Arabia, broadly representing the interests of Sunni Islam and a majority of Middle Eastern nations, while straddling loyalties between the major world powers, and Israel, broadly representing the interests of the Middle East's Jewish population, the United States, and the European Union. Now, we've got to be very clear here that this explanation leaves a lot of nuance by the wayside, but in the interest of keeping this video to a somewhat reasonable length, we'll just have to accept this basic view for now. This three-sided conflict has been ongoing for decades, and like any other Cold War, it hasn't led to an outbreak of a major traditional war, that is, a hot war, between any of its major players. Instead, it's been fought quietly, behind the scenes, and by leaning on a wide range of regional neighbors, non-state actors, and international powers. Iran has cultivated a wide range of proxy forces that we'll be talking about throughout this video, from the Hamas organization in Gaza to Hezbollah in Lebanon to the Houthis in Yemen to a network of militias in Iraq, all of which receive guidance and material support from Iran to effect change in their own countries. Saudi Arabia leverages tremendous amounts of oil money, strong ties with the international community, and the support of a majority of Middle Eastern established governments. It also has its own network of proxies that it supports financially as well. Israel leverages a highly active intelligence and sabotage apparatus across the Middle East, supports other Third Allegiance groups in the Middle East like the Kurdish diaspora, and is a highly westernized nation whose close ties to America and Europe make it economically and geopolitically competitive with the Middle East's other two centers of influence. But this balance began shifting over the last several years as a US brokered effort saw Israel slowly but surely start to regain trade and diplomatic relations with smaller countries throughout the Arab world. In 2020, Israel signed deals with Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and the United Arab Emirates to normalize relations, and a trade deal with the UAE wasn't long following. Normalization efforts continued with more and more nations until, in 2023, it appeared that Israel was on the verge of landing the big one, a potential deal with Saudi Arabia, which would have dramatically reduced tensions between two of the Middle East's three most pivotal actors. Also in 2023, a series of talks brokered by China saw Iran and Saudi Arabia restore their diplomatic relations in what came as a major surprise to Western onlookers, but a much-needed sign of hope that perhaps those nations too could eventually figure out a path past their decades of conflict. And with real promise of a diplomatic through line from Israel to Saudi Arabia all the way to Iran came the potential for a third and final reconciliation in which Israel and Iran, unlikely as it may seem, would eventually figure out a way to live with each other. But the international air of optimism around normalization, well, that wasn't going to survive for very long. In the months leading up to the current crisis, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and all the other established powers inside this dynamic have been forced to learn a very valuable lesson that proxy forces, no matter how dependent they are on their backers, are still ultimately out for themselves. With normalization well underway between the Israelis and the Saudis, and between the Saudis and the Iranians, groups like Hamas, the Houthi rebels, and various groups of Kurdistan, the Palestinian Authority, and many others have been forced to recognize that their primary backers may no longer be interested in supporting their independence movements and rebellions. Normalization is a stabilizing force for the Middle East and for the world, but from the perspective of these smaller groups, it's a major setback. In a best-case scenario, their flows of money, weapons, and geopolitical influence may dry up and force them to go it alone. Or in a worst-case scenario, their organizations may be unable to survive on their own, or might even be dismantled outright as part of a reconciliation process taken apart by the same nation that once built them up. With stakes like that, and as contrary to the common good as it may,
Man, he just keeps going and going and going. You don't have a chance to get into anything because he's already on to the next point. And in the middle of it, it's not really a good place to break in. But no, this is really interesting. So he's having to break down what leading up to the what's leading up to the attack from Gaza, and why it was successful, why it was everybody was like lulled to sleep, I'm sure, is what he's getting at.
Seem groups like these are strongly incentivized to ensure that animosity between the Middle East's major powers will continue by any means necessary. And it's here that we can finally talk about the precipitating incident that kicked off this whole round of hostilities, the massive October the 7th terror attack that Hamas launched into Israel in 2023. This attack was devastating to the nation of Israel, with nearly 700 Israeli civilians, 373 members of the Israeli Defense Force and other security forces, and dozens of foreign nationals killed and hundreds more taken hostage. Launched by surprise from the encircled Palestinian enclave of Gaza, the terror attack represented a profound intelligence failure by Israel and a horrific expression of the Hamas organization's will to perpetrate stunning violence on ordinary Israelis. It also demanded a response, and one that Israel has provided in force.
They sure have.
Seen the most intense fighting in weeks.
The resulting Israel-Hamas war is widely understood to have resulted in tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians and Hamas militants being killed, hundreds, including upward of 10,000 children. Nearly the entirety of Gaza's population and 500,000 Israelis have been displaced, and the Israeli Defense Force, or IDF, has perpetrated apocalyptic levels of violence that have led much of the world, initially understanding of Israel's desire for retribution against Hamas, to turn away from what the International Court of Justice is now being asked to evaluate as a possible act of genocide. Normalization has been but one of the Israel-Hamas war's casualties, but it's been a massively significant one nonetheless. Saudi Arabia has now suspended its efforts to normalize relations with Israel, and perhaps more importantly, much of the Middle Eastern public has begun to exert tremendous pressure against normalization, even in countries where those deals have already been signed. The war has prompted a range of reactions, both positive and negative, toward the Hamas organization, but more broadly, it's led to a groundswell of support for the people of Palestine in what much of the Middle Eastern public sees as an ongoing example of repression and outright destruction of an Arab population. But the Israel-Hamas war hasn't led to a reorganization of the Middle East in opposition to Israel. It's just not that simple. Instead, the Israel-Hamas war has been a starting gun, a massive injection of hostility, rage, and direct action that in retrospect appears to have sent a signal across the entire region that the time for major hostilities has arrived and that there's going to be no looking back. Axis of resistance. From the origins of the current crisis, we come to the moment that we're in now, a situation so multifaceted that we could go on for hours without capturing every single solitary flashpoint. But across all the major ones, and many of the minor ones, there's one common thread where we've simply got to start, and that thread, of course, is Iran. It's no coincidence that in just about every one of the Middle East's current hotspots, one of three things is true. Option A, Iran has been attacked. Option B, Iran is attacking somebody else. Option C, one of the major factions in whatever individual conflict we're talking about has secured Iran's tangible support. That's because Iran sits at the center of what's known as the Axis of Resistance, an informal coalition of nations and non-state actors that, generally speaking, oppose Israel, the West, the Arab Gulf states of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and a few others, and Sunni Islamist jihadists. Despite the term Axis generally being one that the West assigns to groups it considers the bad guy, from World War II's Axis powers to the Axis of evil in the post-9/11 years, this is actually a label that these groups, including Iran, have circulated amongst themselves, and that is no accident. From their own perspectives, this informal network gives Iran many proxies and mechanisms
they did that on
lean
purpose.
each other and resist more powerful actors relying not just on the weapons and the cash.
So they're saying they're the Axis, just basically blatantly saying we're against them, the West, basically, is what it's saying.
But the expertise, the special forces support, and the strategic guidance of the Iranian government. To do this, Iran relies on a wide range of intermediaries, traveling envoys, smuggling networks, and financial systems, but perhaps most notable among them are the Quds Force. Now, we've actually done a whole separate video on the Quds Force, so check that out if you'd like to learn more. But basically, the Quds Force are Iran's version of the American Special Forces or the Russian Spetsnaz. It's their job to operate far afield from Iran, doing their work in secret with the hopes of organizing and at times leading organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and others. Once those groups are established, it's the Quds Force that serves as their primary intermediaries, their strategic advisors and more. In Iran, they're considered to be a part of the so-called forward defense strategy, where the thinking goes that it's on the Quds Force to make sure that Iran's battles against Israel or America don't take place on Iranian soil. So, where do those battles take place instead? Well, the first and most obvious answer, right in the moment, would be the Gaza Strip. Since the October 7th attack, Israel's counteroffensive has stormed through Gaza with astonishing intensity. Israel's stated goals include eliminating the Hamas organization, returning all hostages in Hamas captivity to Israel, and establishing a status quo that would prevent Gaza from threatening Israel in the future. However, the offensive has, thus far, seen the deaths of upwards of 25,000 Gazans, including over 10,000 children and thousands of elderly and other non-combatants. While those estimates do come from the Gaza Health Ministry, a Hamas affiliate, they're largely supported by international estimates and aid organizations on the ground, in keeping with the Gaza Health Ministry's prior tendency to give accurate death toll estimates rather than inflating them. Critical shipments of fuel, food, and water have been blockaded. Most of Gaza's hospitals are no longer functioning. Disease is spreading rapidly. Civil infrastructure basically no longer exists, and upwards of 85% of the population has been displaced. With Gaza's border with Egypt almost entirely closed and the rest of Gaza under siege from surrounding Israel, there is nowhere for the people of Gaza to go. Hamas continues to fight against Israel within the chaos, fiercely opposing Israel's attempts to fully dismantle the terror organization. While Hamas is powerless to oppose Israel's air campaign, they've nonetheless continued resistance that is all but guaranteed to bring the IDF further and further into southern Gaza, after the north, according to the IDF, has been largely rid of Hamas. Among Iran's other proxies, perhaps none are so sophisticated or so independently powerful as the Hezbollah organization, which was created partially by Iran all the way back in the 1980s in order to resist an Israeli occupation in southern Lebanon. Since then, they've become a dominant political party inside Lebanon while still retaining a strong independent militia inside the country. And since the attacks of October 7th, Hezbollah's elite militant units have been engaged in nearly daily skirmishes in and around northern Israel. Those skirmishes have involved everything from rocket attacks to gun battles to assaults on outposts and military targets on Israeli territory. In the weeks before this episode was written, Israel has launched increasingly targeted attacks against Hezbollah commanders, while Hezbollah has retaliated more and more forcefully in return. Although both sides maintain publicly that they don't want a war, Israel's demands of Hezbollah and Hezbollah's demands of Israel are unlikely to be met. Until that changes, Israel and Hezbollah remain on a knife edge. And if you've paid even cursory attention to global news in the last several months, then you're no doubt aware of the Houthi rebel organization, a resistance movement in the nation of Yemen that spent years as the Iran-backed faction in a brutal civil war where Saudi Arabia and the UAE funneled money, guidance, and soldiers into the Yemeni government that the Houthis were fighting. At present, the Houthis control Yemen's most populous areas, and although the nation is keeping a fragile ceasefire for now, the Houthis have chosen to remain active rather than resting on their laurels. Now, though, they've turned their attention to the Red Sea, an incredibly busy global shipping lane where Houthi boats can exert power, but where Houthi missiles and drones absolutely can. Over the course of the last couple of months, the Houthis have launched dozens of drone and missile attacks against commercial vessels, with the stated goal of helping Hamas and the people of Gaza by trying to prevent Israeli ships and maritime industry from coming to its shores. In broadening the scope of the Mideast crisis to global shipping, the Houthis have brought upon themselves direct intervention from Britain, the US, and a handful of other nations, and they've been successful in forcing major companies to divert their traffic around the Red Sea, significantly compromising their interests and threatening worldwide commerce. The Houthis have successfully become the first non-state actor in history to impose a naval blockade, however brief, without taking to the seas themselves. And even while they're suffering withering retribution by way of a US-led campaign, they've continued to launch their attacks. Iranian weapons, including components for Iranian-made ballistic and cruise missiles, have been intercepted en route to the Houthis, and Iran has been accused of being very directly involved in the Houthis' campaign of maritime terror attacks. Although the US and the rest of the international coalition in the Red Sea appear to be trying very hard not to become any more militarily involved than they've got to be, that seems to be a losing effort so long as the Houthis refuse to back down under the coalition's pressure. And then there are the axis of resistance members that get
Brush my dog's hair while I'm listening.
Iran-backed militias in Iraq and Syria, and perhaps Iran's most powerful client of all, the Syrian ruling regime of Bashar al-Assad. We'll start with the militias first, a series of well-armed, very well-connected organizations that straddle the line between resistance and terrorism. Many of them control pockets of Iraq, where not even the Iraqi military will travel without permission. In Iraq in particular, these militias use their relative peace and their lack of fear of Iraq's weak government in order to spend their time producing drones, rockets, and other complex weapons that are then shuttled around the rest of the axis of resistance. These militias have been targeted by the US via airstrikes, and they've hit right back, launching attacks on America's roughly 2,500 troops still stationed there. These militias have access to a 1,000-mile-long border with Iran, and from Iraq, they can travel into 5 neighboring nations. In Syria, it's much of the same, with Shiite militias trading fire with 900-ish Americans there. In Iraq, these militias are getting more and more a stake in the government, and in 2021, they were able to send enough candidates to parliament via their own Hezbollah-like political parties that they were able to become part of the governing coalition and select a prime minister who's loyal to their cause. In return, the militias now receive direct funding via the Iraqi treasury. And the nation of Syria has long been called Iraq's closest ally in the Middle East, with the ruling regime of Bashar al-Assad largely owing its survival to Iran after a decade of incredibly ruinous civil war. Syria is widely understood to be complicit in helping to ferry Iranian weapons and funding westward to Hamas and Hezbollah, and they're believed to host secret research stations for Iran to develop missile technology and other advanced weaponry. Iran is able to launch strikes on Syrian territory in Syria's own interest in combat against the Islamic State, anti-regime rebel groups and others, and Iran is a long-standing facilitator for Syria to conduct modern-day relations with major world powers across the world who might otherwise be reticent to engage them. Crises coming together. Alright, so that's the axis of resistance, a long-standing informal network that's gotten quite a bit more unified since the Israel-Hamas war kicked off. Now more than ever, these groups appear to be operating in a coordinated manner, forming a united front in stark opposition to Israel, the United States, and anybody else who would ally themselves with either rival power. Cross-border collaboration is far more common now than it was a few years ago, and even the more independent or self-sufficient proxies like Hamas or Hezbollah have been more than willing to work within the limits of Iran's strategic vision if it means an increased inter-reliance on each other. But the axis of resistance isn't the only source of tensions in the Middle East right now, far from it. Perhaps the most unexpected Middle East headline of 2024 thus far was the one that came on January the 16th, announcing that Iran had launched missiles at a foreign target directly, and not against Israel, but against Pakistan. When it happened, the strike went down in the Balakh region, which straddles the 560-mile border between both nations. The strikes were targeted against the militant group Jaish al-Adl, who launched an attack last December that led to the deaths of 2 Iranian troops. 2 days later, Pakistan retaliated, striking separatist groups based in Iran's half of the Baloch region in a missile attack that killed at least 9 people, including 4 children. The tit-for-tat exchange was a dramatic escalation of tensions significantly eastward of where the Middle East's violence had previously been contained, and both Pakistan and Iran have accused each other of harboring terrorist groups, that is to say, anti-Pakistan groups harbored by Iran and anti-Iran groups harbored by Pakistan. Significantly, these strikes seem to have very little to do with what's been happening in Gaza, and perhaps even more importantly, they involved a direct military action by Iran with zero involvement from proxy forces. And it wasn't the only one either. The night before the Pakistan attack on January the 15th, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps launched an attack on what they claimed was a secret spy headquarters for Israel's Mossad agency located in the northern Iraqi city of Erbil. The attack came by way of missile strike, and while it's unknown whether any Israeli nationals, let alone any Mossad operatives, were indeed killed, the strike is believed to have killed 4 civilians and injured 6 others. Among their number was the multi-millionaire businessman Peshrar Dizzy and several members of his family who were killed in their home when it was impacted by a missile. It's important to
I'll get her other
note
side
that
next
the
time.
that's run under Iraqi jurisdiction. Instead, it's the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan, controlled by the local ethnic Kurdish population who've their own international ties and diplomatic relationships. These relationships, by the way, bring them generally into alignment with the interests of Israel and the United States. But while Iraqi Kurdistan's semi-autonomous status means that Iraq is not entirely responsible for the existence of an alleged Mossad outfit, it's still a major black eye for Iraq in the eyes of Iran, who've exhausted significant resources, giving Iran-friendly politicians control of the country. And then there's Israel's offensive actions, which have gone far beyond the Gaza Strip in recent weeks. Israel has quickly intensified its policy of targeted assassinations in Lebanon, not just in Hezbollah-held southern areas close to Israel's own border, but deep into Lebanese territory, where rather important notions of geopolitics, like, say, respect for a neighbor nation's sovereignty, appear to have gone out of the window. Israel has launched strikes into the suburbs of the Lebanese capital of Beirut to kill high-ranking Hamas representatives. They've carried out a strike against a senior member of Hezbollah's own elite Radwan unit, and they've conducted a similar attack in the Lebanese port city of Tyre, killing a Hezbollah commander and a tech entrepreneur in the process. These have drawn retaliation from Hezbollah units against both military targets and civilian towns, with varying levels of damage inflicted. But far more pivotal than Israel's strikes into Lebanon was the one that came on Saturday, January 20th, when an Israeli airstrike hit a command post in Syria's capital city of Damascus. That command post, though, wasn't in use to serve the Syrian regime. Instead, it was occupied by elite commanders of the Iranian Quds Force, the same organization that props up Iranian proxies around the world. 10 people were killed, including General Sadegh Omirzadeh, the Quds Force's intelligence chief in Syria, as well as his deputy. A total of 3 Iranians at the command post were said to be commanders, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, and they were holding a meeting at the time with representatives of other groups supported by Iran. This wasn't the first Israeli airstrike to kill Iranian elite military leaders in recent months, but by far, it is the most significant. The strikes were forcefully condemned by the Iranian government, who vowed revenge and worked to publicly draw connections between Israel and the Islamic State terror organization. And that comparison to the Islamic State doesn't come without reason for Iran. Even beyond Israel, the
I didn't realize it pulled that whole thing over there.
Iran
Oops.
recently was the Islamic State. The group took credit this month for a January 12th
Sorry.
attack in Iran, which US and other Western intelligence services have confirmed was most likely perpetrated by Islamic State. In that attack, 2 Islamic State suicide bombers detonated their explosive belts at a memorial ceremony in honor of the Quds Force's most famous member ever, their former commander, Qassam Soleimani. The memorial, marking the 4th anniversary of his assassination by a US drone strike in 2020, was interrupted by a massive bomb blast and then a second blast targeting emergency responders. Nearly 100 people were killed. They were the deadliest terror attacks in Iran since the Islamic Revolution installed the current regime to power all the way back in 1979. Iran has since retaliated with missile strikes against Islamic State bases in Syria, an act that might have come as a surprise to international observers before these last few weeks, but now it just seems to fit right in. And as if all of this was somehow not yet enough, there's still more to talk about. On January the 18th, the nation of Jordan carried out its own airstrikes in Syria, a rare act for a nation that prefers to avoid being the aggressor and sit under the umbrella of its Western alliances. The Jordanian airstrike is believed to have killed at least 10 people in a town just 20 kilometers from Jordan's border with Syria. The strike most likely targeted drug smugglers responsible for the flow of amphetamines into Jordan, a problem Jordan has previously addressed with air attacks, but it is nonetheless another major airstrike within a span of a couple of weeks. And in northern Kurdish-controlled Iraq and Syria, Kurdish forces continue to weather attacks by Turkey as part of a much longer war against the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, a separatist group that Turkey and its allies have long regarded as a terror organization. Loyalties and interests. With so many bold military actions from so many corners of the Middle East and even beyond, we're left asking the really central question of why is all this happening? And why now? Well, perhaps the simplest answer, as well as the most sweeping, is that each given nation or non-state actor who's attacking somebody else right now is emboldened by the fact that everybody else is...
My guess, my opinion is because the U.S. is showing weakness in the area. When we show weakness in the area, everybody else is going to try to realign, get better position, improve their posture. That's my opinion.
Making these sorts of attacks too. Every one of these strikes has a reason behind it. Israel wants to prosecute an offensive in Gaza, ward off Hezbollah, and attack the Iranian military infrastructure that allows the axis of resistance to function. Iran wants to attack Israel's international intelligence network and counter separatist movements that threaten violence on Iranian soil. Hamas wants to continue an ongoing initiative that it believes is rallying the Middle East behind Hamas's brand of the Palestinian cause. Hezbollah and the Houthis want to support Gaza while building their stature of international legitimacy as military actors. Iraq's militias want the US off their turf, and the Islamic State wants to create chaos within Iran. But none of these organizations, except perhaps the Islamic State and the current emboldened Israeli government, want to be the only guy on the block who's looking to start a street fight. If everybody's trading blows in a much larger brawl, each individual within that brawl has at least some cover amidst the confusion in order to get their own shots in. Then there's the degree to which these attacks reflect shifting priorities and shifting allegiances all across the Middle East. As we established earlier, normalization efforts between Israel and many Middle Eastern nations may be overall a good, stabilizing, life-saving force for the world, but they ran contrary to the interests of groups and organizations that only exist and only receive such strong backing from Iran because there are wars to fight. The worst-case scenario for Hamas, for example, isn't Israel's ongoing attempt to forcefully eradicate them from Gaza. In fact, that might even be helpful to their cause. As one Hamas media advisor told The Times in November 2023, I hope that the state of war with Israel will become permanent on all the borders and that the Arab world will stand with us. The worst-case scenario is a piece of paper signed by Israel, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and other relevant nations that charts a peaceful path forward for everyone, including the Palestinian people, but includes no place for Hamas, and might even provide leadership within Gaza that can do a much better job for Palestinians than Hamas can. We're seeing now that Gaza has plenty of places for Hamas to retreat to. The local population is now outright hostile to them. But if Hamas were to become outlaws even within Gaza, then they'll quickly run out of spaces to hide. So, in attempting to avoid normalization or other changes in circumstance that would see the Palestinian population turn against Hamas, the organization is now incentivized not to keep the people of Gaza safe, but to ensure that Israel keeps on looking like a great enemy that demands armed resistance. Apply that same framework to the Houthis, to the Iraqi militias, or to Hezbollah. That is, ask not who they're loyal to, but what their own internal priorities are. And we're all left asking one critical question about the axis of resistance, and that is, who is leading who? Hamas, Hezbollah, the Assad regime, the Houthis, and Iran's other partners all align generally with Iran's interests, but they are not.
The U.S. is probably leading them
These
all.
are groups with their own histories, their own ideologies, their own motivations, and perhaps most important of all, their own interests. And they don't necessarily align with Iran's. Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, Hezbollah skirmishes in northern Israel, or Iraqi militia attacks on American bases don't necessarily come at Iran's orders. And even if Iran had clear reasons to support those actions, that doesn't mean that Iran necessarily signed off on them. Iran will have its proxies backed. After all, they're some of the only allies that Iran has left. But those proxies' potential to conduct their own attacks and fight their own wars, even despite Iran's wishes or direction, cannot be ignored. Keep that dynamic going long enough and Iran will overextend into a situation it would rather have avoided. As for Israel's side of the equation, the nation's recent actions seem to indicate that there is very little room for negotiation and a substantial appetite to continue or even broaden hostilities. Israel's willingness to attack Quds Force targets isn't new, but its recent wave of airstrikes against Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iranian targets alike are still a major escalation past Israel's norm. In the days before this episode was written, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has outright rejected a proposal by Hamas to end the war in Gaza, and he has insisted publicly that Israel will not accept any end to the conflict that will result in an independent Palestinian state. That stance runs directly contrary to Israel's biggest international backer, the United States, and all but ensures that Israel would be condemned by large portions of the international community. Netanyahu's own ceasefire proposals have not included any provisions to remove Israeli troops from Gaza, a known and firmly established precondition that Hamas has made clear that it can't live without. Taken together with all these other developments, Israel's broadening campaign of airstrikes paints a picture of a nation that is not averse to potentially wider conflict and is willing to take the risk of such an escalation if it means that the war in Gaza can be prosecuted as Israel sees fit. We cannot overlook the possibility that political concerns may be impacting the wartime strategies of the Netanyahu government, with Netanyahu himself facing significant social discontent at home and sitting atop a fragile coalition that relies on an extremist wing of the Israeli government to keep its majority. There's no telling how long he or the coalition would be able to remain in power after the war's end. Netanyahu's approval ratings took an early bump after the October 7th attack, but now the bump's not just gone. Netanyahu's current approval ratings in Israel are as low as 40%, and he faces a mounting pile of legal charges too. Over 100 recent polls have showed that his current coalition would not be able to retain control of Israel if elections were held now, and that number will likely get worse once the war ends. If we're going to take the cynical approach in the exceptionally cynical business of global politics, then we simply cannot ignore that a prolonged war would, in turn, prolong the Netanyahu coalition's opportunity to retain power. And as for the United States, the US's most recent wave of airstrikes into Yemen, done side by side with British forces as well, would indicate that the Biden administration is open to—
As soon as this is over, we're going to go to Baldur's Gate 3.
The rebel organization. US forces in Iraq and Syria, a combined force of 3,400 troops, show no sign of moving or being withdrawn in the face of continued attacks by local militias, even though those same ground forces don't currently seem able or willing to carry out a retaliatory campaign against
Here
those
we go to
same
World of
militias.
Warcraft.
Instead,
Now
the
Baldur's
US
Gate.
appears content to conduct tit-for-tat retaliatory strikes against Iraqi and Syrian militias on a case-by-case basis, while keeping troops out of Yemen and attempting to defang the Houthis from the air. While the United States' actions are very much aligned with Israel's priorities in the region, specifically in tamping down Iranian influence, the two nations do not appear to be presenting a unified front either in Gaza or anywhere else. Israel is running the military operations it wishes to, and the US is running the operations it wishes to. And their diplomatic tiffs show no sign of stopping. Caught in the middle, Saudi Arabia and other predominantly Sunni governments that had previously started coming over to Israel's side have now been forced to define just where they stand amidst an ongoing Israeli offensive into Palestine. Saudi Arabia's Prince Faisal bin Farhan, the nation's leading diplomat, has established that while the prospect of normalized relations still do exist, it cannot happen if the Palestinian territories are not presented with a credible path to statehood. Not only that, but Saudi Arabia isn't even willing to participate in reconstruction efforts inside Gaza, rebuilding hospitals and schools or supplying humanitarian aid without the same path to Palestinian sovereignty. Of course, we just got done explaining how the Netanyahu government has insisted that there shall be no path to statehood for Palestine after the war ends. Unless either Israel or Saudi Arabia changes its tune, which neither are likely to do, then normalization is dead in the water. The Gulf states that already have ties to Israel, including the UAE, Bahrain, and Qatar, have been reticent to give up the fruits of their normalization process, but Saudi Arabia is a very difficult leading influence to ignore, and Egypt, immediate to Israel's south, has indicated that its long-time diplomatic relationship to Israel may not survive if Israel continues on its current course. And lastly, we've got to circle back to Iran, where the events of the last several weeks indicate that the nation may either be becoming too willing to throw its own military weight around, or that it might have to. Iran's choice to launch its own missile strikes and announce them no less into several other nations runs contrary to their long-held preference to rely on their proxies. Domestically, This may be an effort for Iran's ruling clerics to demonstrate their power to their citizens and show that Iran is not so vulnerable as attacks like the Islamic State bombing might indicate. Internationally, Iran appears to be unwilling to start a direct fight with Israel or the United States, each of which it could do quite easily by just joining in on the wars or missile campaigns of any of its proxies. But nonetheless, Iran has been brazen with its more measured attacks, not trying to entice a war, but very obviously flexing its muscles. What comes next? So, finally, we come to the biggest question of all, don't we? Where does the Middle East go from here? And just how bad is all of this going to get? Well,
U.S. continues strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen.
Do have a little bit of good news to report. Of all the major battlefronts that could open up in the coming months, the border between Iran and Pakistan doesn't appear to be one of them. Iran strikes into Pakistani parts of the Balkh region might have shocked Pakistan, but Pakistan has been careful not to overreact. The retaliation they offered was very clearly proportional to Iran's attack. Both Iran and Pakistan attacked militant groups on each other's territory, but not each other's military or civilians, and Pakistan used basically the same amount of force against basically the same value of target that Iran did. A couple of days later, Iran and Pakistan agreed to de-escalate tensions after a call between the foreign ministers of both countries. And while Pakistan's and Iran's leaders probably won't be going to each other's birthday parties anytime soon, both nations appear to have put in the work to defuse the situation without further violence. And unfortunately, though, that's where the good news ends, because in the grand view of the Middle East right now, Pakistan and Iran are an anomaly. None of Iran's proxy groups seem willing to back off from their respective battlefronts. Israel appears resolved to give no quarter.
Wow, that says
Hamas
Jordan's.
wants to take a bold, proactive stance against Hezbollah and Iran has proven more than willing to conduct
Jordan took
attacks against what it claims are Israeli targets on
part
the soil
in
of
the
their
strikes.
nations. How Iran will ultimately respond to the Islamic State is anybody's guess, but we here at Warographics would be willing to bet that their eventual choice is going to be a violent one. And all that's going to be an issue, because every single one of the strikes we've discussed in this episode, excluding Iran and Pakistan, are going to be met with reprisals sooner or later. On balance, the offensive actions in this round of conflict do seem to be coming more from the Axis of Resistance side than their adversaries, but it's not realistic to think that those strikes would go unanswered, just like it's not realistic to think that Israel or Islamic State or even the American and British attacks we've discussed would go unanswered. Let's say Hezbollah, for example, was unwilling to retaliate against Israel for killing its commanders. In that scenario, Israel would simply have very little to fear by simply continuing to kill Hezbollah commanders in the future. The same logic goes the other way. Israel isn't about to let Iran launch missile strikes on what it claims are Mossad headquarters, especially if that allegation actually ends up being true, lest Iran be emboldened to keep on launching similar attacks in the future. And it's here that we're forced to confront the possibility that if these attacks continue to come from all directions, it won't be long until things really begin to escalate. That might come when one or multiple factions start to launch strikes more rapidly, or in larger waves, or against higher level or larger targets. It might come when air attacks and missile strikes are paired with other sorts of operations, say an Israeli troop march into southern Lebanon or a swarm of Houthi fast boats taking over a commercial ship in the Red Sea. If one side starts escalating, then whoever they're fighting will need to escalate as well, and then whoever else they're fighting will need to do the same thing. And soon enough, the situation escalates to the brink of a wider war, the very possibility that international observers have been so concerned about ever since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. The Middle East is on a hair trigger right now, and its current path of widening, escalating attacks from a whole range of hostile nations and non-state groups suggests that the pressure is only going to increase in the months to come. When we do the hopeful thing and start looking around for signs that someone might come in over the top of this violence with a real initiative to lower hostilities, we find nobody. Saudi Arabia and its allies appear content to sit back, protect their interests, and see how it goes, while much of the international community is divided or even unsure of where they stand. In situations like this, there's one cliche that comes to mind: a time bomb. Now, I've got to emphasize here that the current Mideast crisis isn't quite a time bomb yet, and the current escalation does not appear to be an inevitable countdown to detonation. But at the very least, it is a pressure cooker, and one in which the pressure on all sides has only continued to tick upward, bit by bit by bit. It's at this precise moment that some sort of valve, some sort of exit pathway to release even a little bit of that pressure could make a whole world of difference. But that release valve, it doesn't seem to exist. Now it's on Iran, it's on Israel, It's on the axis of resistance, it's on the US-led coalition, and it's on everybody else involved in the crisis to find such a path away from escalation before this thing turns into a war of far greater magnitude than anybody is prepared to handle.
I agree. It's getting out of control. Yeah, we could go in there and we could whip up on people and show our force, but sometimes you got to be the bigger person and just kind of de-escalate it. All right, let's go. Let's do this. We have not got a good couple hours in a while, so let's do that. And I do not hear. No, I do. Yes. Yes, I hear it. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So I came up here because I don't really know what else I can do in there. We refused Orange Deal to kill Gortash. There must be another way to save her victim, assuming they're still alive. She took them. So where'd she take them to, I wonder? Not sure if I can go in there or not now. Can I go into Baldur's Gate? Let me go into Baldur's Gate and search what's in there.
I'm sure we'll be able to afford things. We might not be able to afford a room, let alone anything else. Exactly never started. You sure about that? Look what they're making us do now.
They don't want me to go there.
Stories, get them right here. That graffiti. It almost looks like it was done in my hand. Did I do this? That graffiti from before. I never thought I'd see it again.
What?
Well, I think I was the one who did it. I can recognize my own handwriting. How long ago was this? Years? All the time I spent training, hidden away from the world. I think I must have wanted to leave my mark somewhere. Just to prove I existed. Even to myself.
used to be.
The printing block has never been
What is,
so
dear?
hot.
What is?
You done.
Is this what the city is coming to? A married and uncontrolled thoroughfare without being for an open mouth and
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Balderon. Horsecag.
Harbourview Park, generously maintained by the Janeth family since 1482 DR.
But if we'd only made the effort, if we'd only
Fancy
pushed
the look
through.
of those prisons.
If Gortash doesn't want to pay us fair.
Dusk days. I haven't read a bedtime story to my little ones in a 10-day.
It's saving for a reason.
Evil comes in many. It's not a lie. If you would just listen, I could explain. You have done quite enough explaining, Volothamp Gadam. You have poisoned the very hearts and minds of these good, kind, gentle citizens with your lies, your delusions, your conspiracies. Though you hide behind a mask of stories, we have seen beyond the veil. We see what you really are. Fearmonger. Here, here! Attention seeker. Here, here! Agent of chaos.
Your parasite stirs in recognition. This man is infected.
Hells follow! Today, citizens, we rid ourselves of this cankerous sore. Today, we burn away all falsehoods. Today, we will be divided no longer, for today, we rise in truth. Psst. Don't just stand there. Help me, gods damn it! Help me!
I really think we ought to step in.
And my person's looking
His
rough.
crime. This punishment is surely an overcorrection.
The newcomer speaks, and speaks of evidence, and trials, and justice. And in so doing, they delay their very own salvation. Dear citizen, dear friend, rest assured you will have your justice. But I'm afraid the time for trials has passed. Now is the time for judgment! No! Please! No!
Alright, we fixing a fight?
Kitchen fan.
Okay, who we got to fight? I ain't scared. I ain't scared of nobody nowadays. After some of them fights. Alright, what do we got? We got a 8, 9, 8. Okay, I can deal with these other guys. Okay. Okay, so these are people that I just want to make sure that I need to be attacking these guys. Nice.
Bleed for me.
How in the hell do I miss that shit every time? Did it just mess up? No, I didn't mess up. What's my sound messed up for? Hang on. Wait a minute. I don't know, my headphones must have just been out. I don't know if it was on the game or not too, but so should I do this one? I think that's what I should do, yeah. I'm gonna put a candle down.
Can't even catch my breath. Now this will hurt. Cutting to the chase.
It's alright, we good now. They'll quit hitting me. Well, I didn't see that one behind me. We fine, we fine, we fine, we fine. Ooh. Alright, guiding bolt. I hit you a guiding bolt, boom. And then I'm going to mass healing word. Boom. That's fine, let's charm her. Alright, so she can't hurt me now. Ah. There's that. And then we're gonna do an arrow. Oops.
I speak, they burn.
So we have, hang on. 1, 2. We just got these 2 left.
Can't. Not yet.
Is he on our side or their side? Oh no, he's... Oh, we need to rescue him. Okay.
only way out is through.
Now we have advantage. Nice.
Creator, destroyer.
Why won't it let me do anything? I'm out of everything? How am I out of everything? Anyway.
I cannot die. Please help me.
Alright. Oh, Asterion came here, but did the other guy get blowed up?
Captain, we have 2 children. You can't make us split up the family.
Did he survive or he died? Just now.
I hope that amulet proves to be worth it.
What's hiding here? Never wanted the easy path.
Nice.
We have 2 children. You can't make us split up the family.
The crew and I are risking our lives. We're not doing this for charity.
Alright. Really need to get to a
Captain, we have 2 children. You can't make us split up the family.
The crew and I are risking our lives.
to wash them all?
Just these three then.
Marek will never let you sell them like that. These waters my whole
We
life.
have enough for three. Well, we sold everything.
Something's going on down there.
Blockade is risky business.
Bet my net on it.
Everybody pays.
Here we go. We're gonna do it like this then. Where's my key ring at? I gotta do this.
Captain, something's going on down there.
Just these three then.
I bet my net on it.
I'll go 600.
$1,000 all in cash, no notes.
Sold. A pleasure doing business with you, Seth. War is good for...
What are we trying to do over here in this area? We do
Oh,
Yep.
Wave Mother.
I was about to do a
Queen
short
of the
rest.
depths, hear me. Please carry Holly to her final wilds. Please. Sorry. Are you here for Wave Servant Holly's funeral? Oh, it's already started. They're just inside. No. All are welcome to come and celebrate the life of the fallen Wave Servant. May the Wave Mother smile on you as she did Holly.
Or if you give her something precious of yours. Sold. A pleasure doing business with you, Seth. Just make sure to sweeten the deal with plenty of gold.
Gods. I'm barely enough to keep my ship safe.
Okay.
Let alone extra.
Yeah, I can do my.
Stop. Pushing on.
There's enough offerings in here for a trip to the vault. Off you go.
Thank you. I was just about to, thanks. Wave Mother's breath was so overbearing.
You've been stealing. Resolving this peacefully will require more caution than you displayed in getting caught. You're off the hook, at the cost of your illicit prize.
It wasn't red. I thought I could take it.
A bloated carcass in the spume. Rejoice, sisters. Her lips humble is how we will not a you supplicant. What tribute do you bring to honor the a lay person's prayers? Your tribute is well received. Breathe deep as she permits. Holly, one of Umberly's beloved wave servants. Blessed Umberly saw fit to spare her an ignoble death, but her passing was not as the Wave Mother intended. It was a beast who a rusting pollutant that bleeds black blood into Umberly. The queen of the depths is dread. Find
Yeah, I'll
the
go get
master
it. Come
of
on.
this poisonous beast and slay him. Then one of her most the beast struck Holly while she was swimming in Grey Harbor. She was found by some fishermen.
Okay.
We haven't found its lair as yet. Perhaps you can find where the beast takes its slumber. Salt kiss your brow. Rejoice as the Wave Mother welcomes another daughter to the deep wilds. Know that we
Let's do this real quick too.
follow when our time has come.
He can do it.
Master's not around, so might as well. We're a long way from Waterdeep.
Furious and merciful Umberly, hear our prayer. Flood the world with your word. Subsume us utterly. Sing, sisters. Sing in Umberly's name. Praise her for this most holy death.
Pretty good one, I think. Oh, I already have that one.
Glorious
I just don't use it. I should use that more often.
upon the beast responsible for this injustice. Leave its master, a bloated carcass in the spume.
I got so much stuff I don't use.
Rejoice as the Wave Mother welcomes another daughter to the deep wilds. Know that we too shall gladly follow when our time has come. Furious and merciful Umberly, hear our prayer. Flood the world with your word. Subsume us utterly.
Stop! You'd better have a very good offering in hand.
Okay.
Pour fury upon the beast responsible for this injustice. Leave its master, a bloated carcass in the spume.
Did you want any rum for the marinade?
So we have this area now. Oh wow, that's a big. I'm just going exploring right now. Go up here and go to the left. See what's over there.
Of course they do. Let's fish.
Very
This. So I need to go in there. How do you put? How does this bridge come down?
Flowers
flowers are so overrated. They're bright, gaudy, and almost never make good poisons. Eh, each their own, I suppose.
The gods
Although
truly
I am
is
right.
petty.
Okay, so I could do this.
When she was little, I couldn't wait.
Let me go to camp real quick.
But I made a delivery to the docks just yesterday.
Let me go do a long rest real fast before I get into anything major.
You sleep, but the wicked don't. Someone is here to disturb your rest.
Get the hells away from me!
Peace, brother. We're here to take you home.
The Master needs all 7 of us for the ceremony. Come with us and be reborn. We'll live again.
The rite. The Master needs him. He must attend.
Oh, I'm well aware of what the Master needs. But don't we deserve better?
Better? What do you mean, better?
After all these centuries of torment, I know what you all want. More than power. More than to walk in the sun. You want to see him dead. The rite of profane ascension will be mine. And he won't see a scrap of its glory. I am going to complete the ritual as the Ascendant, and then I am going to kill him! This is your chance. Stand with me. Name me your new master. We will get our revenge. And you will all live again.
His liar's smile spells danger. He knows full well that his kin will die in the ritual. But if any of the bearers of the scar die before the ritual begins, he will lose his chance to perform the rite himself. He needs them to run willingly to their deaths, thinking they stand a chance against their master.
Let's try to do this. Nice.
He is different. Stronger. Fire in his eyes. Maybe he could take Cazador's place. Maybe he could free us.
Perhaps we can get back at Cazador and finish the ritual. The 7 can unite and... Oh! The bonds hold. He owns us. We have no choice. We must obey. Get out of here, Astarion, before...
Should have known that was about to happen. But does this give me a free, because I rested, right? So I got all my stuff. But do I get another rest without using any more stuff? All right. Pilots in 11, 12, 11. Okay. I'm gonna bless them. Why does it go down? That's what I don't understand. Actually, wasted it by putting it over on that guy.
Death is but a word away.
So I didn't get my rest before I had to do this fight.
Where do I go from here?
Why is it? Why am I getting? Why do I get less?
Dice roll in my favor.
So this will knock him away from me, but I could just do magic missile. I think that's what I'm gonna do. A level 4 magic missile right to his face.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
What a mess. Well, at least.
You know, I want to know why. Then the attacker's melee attack gets added to the and the defense's melee defense gets subtracted. I'm gonna ask the question. I'll ask the question in a forum.
He will be furious. And he'll be even more furious when I get to that crypt and stop him. For what it's worth, thank you. No matter what happens down there, you helped me stand up against him.
All right, let's leave the camp. Come on now. Oh, he's saving.
We've got a job to do. These goods need to be delivered.
And I have a duty to the city.
All right. Still here. Let's see if we can get back and hit this room first. They hated us, but we've had some rest and stuff since then.
All right, time that old bucket got his due. Should have pounded that rust bucket into scrap as soon as it kicked me out of the shop. But it won't do me no good. So if you're looking for a thank you, look somewhere else. Shit, it's you. You went looking for the night song after me. Please tell me you found it. An asthma. Hells. If I'd known, I'd have asked for more gold. Kidnapping costs more than theft. Don't forget, I'm the one who gave you that contract. I want my cut.
Yeah, piss off.
I ought to knock some sense into you. But you know what? I'm too goddamn tired. If she's out there, I'm gonna find her. You mark my words.
I'm sorry, but you have been banned from these premises due to habitual violence. I am not alive and cannot be killed, unlike your unfortunate self. Goodbye, and thank you for shopping at Sorceress Sundries.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, so he's invulnerable.
Try me.
Um, let's do the fireball. Or let's do the magic missile. Let's do magic missile. It's gonna be a tough fight. There's a lot of them. Right. Why are they all going up to the gale for? Lightning bolt, boom. Really, I can nail 3 of them. Perfect. Nice. Okay. Come on, do not let him die. Don't. Damn it. All right, come on. Oh, wow. I'm pretty much dead. Bro.
Won't see this coming.
I'm ensnared.
Impero. A little help, please.
Help me!
No choice but to keep going.
Where's that one? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm about to flee and then raise my people and then come back in here. Can I get out of here? We'll see right here. I should be able to go invisible, I thought. She's gonna be able to get out of there now.
At the ready.
They all got XP for that. That's funny.
What's up for discussion?
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? Then thou must return with the proper payment. This is the price of balance. Dost thou require anything else?
Come on, go ahead and knock him out. There we go.
Fate, dost thou require a new? Then thou must return. This is the price of balance. Well, can by doom and dusk I strike thy name from the archives. Rise.
Fiat Lux.
Fiat Lux. Considering.
It's so pretty. Oh, stand up.
All right. Let's see. Oh, it shouldn't be too difficult. Unless people come out of the portals and stuff. I can do the polymorph again. Oh. I don't need all that.
waste a step. You've made a great
You don't want none of this, man, I'm telling you.
For the slaughter. Let's move. No escape.
Time to push my luck again. One day, I'll catch up.
These punks trying to tell me
Hold very still, Mitclaw. Craig's aim is much improved, but still leaves something up to chance.
Yes, sir.
All right, Crank. Ready? Aim. We have a visitor. At ease. McClaw, you may go. I see no night song. Surely you wouldn't have entered my tower without the night song in hand? Surely you wouldn't have wasted my time? Huh. Fascinating. You've been to Shah's temple, haven't you? To the Shadowfell? And the night song? Speak true now, for I detest a liar.
Did I hit a 20? I might. Pretty close. I got it.
You left her there? Then go retrieve her, you imbecile! Or it will cost you a world of riches, so vast you cannot even comprehend the loss. You can go now, before I lose my temper. For your own personal safety, it is ill-advised to waste Master Lorroakan's time.
Keep the ignorance away. Stories, get them right here. Clock has never been so hot.
Time to get going.
That helped.
All right. So. Tilt level. Getting close. What level am I? 9. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break and get me something to eat real quick and bring it back in here.
Gather round for the show. Sit down if you're in front.
Sol Invictus.
Look, Mama, look! It's so pretty.
I see it, sweetie. Stand up. My selection video.
Ignis.
Calm down. Louder than the fire.
Nice day out. Considering?
Considering an army of cultists is
Hands down. Quicker. You?
Same.
Gather round for the show. Sit down if you're in front. Fiat Lux.
Look, Mama, look! It's so, so pretty.
I see it, sweetie. Oh, stand up.
Nice day out here. Considering.
Considering an army of cultists is on its way to cut our throats.
Exactly.
Would you rather be stabbed in the dark or decapitated?
Decapitated.
Gather round for the show. Sit down if you're in front.
Alright, I'm back.
Look, Mama, look! It's so, so pretty.
I see it, sweetie. Oh, stand up.
Alright. We can go up here and see what this the pale elf thing's about.
Oh, I get it. You're scared.
Wow, I thought I would.
Shit, that was 4 times, wasn't it?
Let's see what. Okay, so I'm gonna go. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna go back down to the Undercity part. And we're gonna try to pickpocket.
You've been single too long.
Yeah, this edition looks better than ever. Better than ever? With all the articles about cults and war.
Oh, right. I have guts to place on the ground in the shape of the absolute mark.
Speaks well, that Envil Gortash.
He's a man of the people, too. Promised at least 100 more watchers before the year is out.
Good. But once Gortash clears off the cultists, we'll still have to clean the rabble off the streets.
Lightbringer Gortash will show us the way.
And what will happen to those who oppose us?
Now, at least.
Stop
Gortash just
Baldur's
wants to make
Gate's
sure that there's no
cushiest
misinformation.
The truth is the truth. I've got aches and bones. I didn't know I had.
I will smile as the fevers sear me to my core. I will bask in her febrile radiance.
Oh gods, I don't want to die. Not yet.
You are not going to die.
We are all going to die, my friend. Some of us merely intend to do so in the service of something greater. And to thank blessed Salona.
Why is it not? Why am I not seeing it?
For a 10 day, or maybe 2.
And she'll hold it.
I can eat in bed.
I just hope somewhere has good dwarven beer. Don't think I'll be able to sleep without a decent drink.
Salvation! Only Lord Gortash can protect us from the world
People
ending
don't always know their own
monstrosity
mind.
of
As long
the
as they do their
Absolute.
jobs, they can sing sea shanties for all I care. I can think of a thing or two. Nothing good, though.
I'm never eating at the Elfstall again. What if there were bits?
For your sake.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir.
God bless you for your kindness.
Here it is.
Afternoon. Hold it. Stop wasting my time.
So normally I should have been fighting down here. So I think what's going on is I have two. Both sides are like on my side, so it's not like I'm not, neither side is mad at me. Even though I killed all these people. So I need to pickpocket that guy.
Don't touch me.
I'm gonna enter turn-based mode. First, I'm gonna.
Shall we?
I've got a long road ahead.
I'm debating on whether I want to get them out of there or not.
my faith will guide me.
No time for Daddy.
Now.
Hmm. So let's look at the map now. This sketch shows a dotted line to follow to get to the Balls Temple. Below the sketch with some instructions. I'm reading on the other screen, deleting. Hmm. So do I really need to kill that guy then? But if I already know right now that I can go from the sewers. Let me exit turn-based mode. Is he drinking anything or? I could try to fight him real quick.
Thief's been picking pockets near here. This would be a good moment to explain yourself.
Let's get out of it. Let me close. Nice.
You may have talked your way out of this one, but there will be no repeat performance.
I think we need to get out of here.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
We go back up top and see if there's a new like sewer marker or anything on the map. Alright, so no sewer marks or nothing like that. So it's in here.
What's next? Time to rest.
There's an 11, 11, 11, 11, and a 16. Level 16's a rough one, ain't it?
Lost in thought.
I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna try something funny. Alright. Sudden group. know, you stay here.
Someone there. Still alive, so that's progress.
I'm gonna do an F5 right here. I'm gonna try something I've been wanting to do with Gale's tank. That thing that kills everybody and everything. There's got to be a reason for it, so. I'll take these guys away. I'm gonna take them away.
We serve them now, or they won't.
Now Gale.
Walk in blood, unholy assassin. It is Lord Baal's will.
See what happens. So what's the point?
One with the weave. Okay.
No one stopped me yet.
Hail, unholy assassin, sublime malfeasor. I am no half-blooded drake. Alive, I was a dragon of pure cerulean chrome. But oft the need arose to disguise myself thus. The Five, my order of father's spawn, were among the first to carve the philosophy that Saravok's death began. We led our worship by killing the weakest of our own line, writing kinslaying into the canon. We hunted down his insipid fledglings in droves until we were all that was left. All but Saravok's own murderer, who murdered me in turn.
And then I want this guy. I should have enough now. Not 26. I need 3,600. Okay.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Careful, I bite.
I wonder what the next move is. No time to dally.
Watch your back.
Your desire.
Go forth.
Trust no one.
You have in life. I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims. Go forth, unholiest. Hail, unholy assassin, sublime. malfeasor. Go forth on Hail, unholy assassin, sublime malfeasor. Go forth, unholy.
Go side. You go side.
I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had some company show up. Headphones back on here. And let's get back to it. So, we are wanting to... We're going to jump this guy in just a second. Okay.
Seems simple enough.
I just loaded it up because I just wasted all my level 4s. All right.
our Lord's will well. Go forth and render murder in his name.
Okay, I will. Right here.
Pick to fight. The consequences are hardly surprising.
I will not tolerate impudence. This place shall be your grave.
Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Alright, I'm gonna load the game. I'm gonna go after the little ones because if I go after that big guy, then they're just gonna cast Sanctuary on him. Okay. So
More violence hasn't gone unnoticed. It's about to be returned in kind.
I will not tolerate impudence. This place shall be your grave.
okay, so this is the one.
Blood follows me everywhere. Breathe deep and move.
Hmm.
Can't afford casualties now.
Take your
Best be on my way.
All right, so there's this. I don't understand. I need to know how to get that off him. I'm dead. I'm dead. Shit. Man, that pisses me off. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oop, didn't mean a group. I meant to okay.
Seek and you shall find me.
Let's try this way.
What do I need to do?
Hail, unholy assassin! You have fulfilled a fraction of your bloodstock promise. You are learning it takes more than birth blood alone to become a consecrated killer. It takes belief. It was known to those who walked this path before you. Common killers. Children of murder and would-be gods. And now, it is known to you. I tricked the first, devoured the second, all in pursuit of the third, godhood. I am Amalesan, the Black-Hearted. I stood as Baal's high priestess, his eternal succor, until I sought to usurp him. The Lord of Murder did not take kindly to betrayal. Ambition is our curse. We have no choice. Murder begets it. Always. Go, unholy assassin.
Sought a fight, and now you have one.
Spill some blood.
I will not tolerate impunity. This place will be your grave.
Well, wait a minute. Gale's not.
Can't slow down.
Tale for the ages.
Taste of blood, the tang of death. It has been far too long.
You pick me up. Feel my mistress' wrath.
Let's see.
I won't give in. Think you can take me on?
blood belongs to Baal. In death, you will please Baal.
How am I supposed to hit this guy and kill him? I wonder.
I'm fading. Bye.
time he wait a minute. Every time he hit,
Fate spit. Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrect? Then thou must return with the proper payment. Fate spin. Dost thou require a new ally? Then thou must return. This is the price of balance. Very well.
Reserve them now, or there won't be any left.
And now I'm gonna have to cast Sanctuary on myself. Great.
They'll be back soon. Get ready to buy.
You speak as if the plague throne is not already here, striding among us. Her power waxes, and soon the cycle will reach its zenith. Should you want it to, or otherwise?
Pots! Pots!
And then what happens?
No time for a lie down.
We've saved me. I cannot take much more. Unleash me. Step to it. Rough tempest I will raise. Of course.
Where can I go out that way?
Swords meet sorcery.
Yeah. That was rough.
Never goes off.
Time to pack it in for the day, I think.
All sorts with technology these days. I'm sure she left some hair. Or teeth.
Gortash is a visionary, sure enough. But his vision has cost a pretty...
We trust our readers to make up their own minds.
And how will we step into his new and brilliant song?
Those wolves might slow the army of the Absolute down, but they'll get through them sooner or later.
Interference with flaming fish property will be...
Come to have a go.
An heir.
Gold first. Then you can hit me.
Your divine power focuses on the beggar.
This is what happens to troublemakers. Have not right to turn around and leave. Absolute henderson, good and proper. By order of Lord Gortash, all livestock you shall bring us, true children of the gate, into the light.
People don't always know their own minds.
a Gortash!
Crush our enemies.
That's just it.
Why, yes, Edvard. Can I call you Edvard? Well, Edvard, I do support Lord Gortash's campaign.
Aye, aye. Pull up a seat. If you can find one spare, that is. It's been slim pickings since the Absolute butchered that supply convoy. But have a look. Fill your boots, mate.
All right.
Fate, dost thou require a new... Then thou must return with the proper payment. This is the price of balance. Well, by doom and dusk, I strike thy name from the archives. Rise.
Can't slow down.
All right, that's gonna be about it for this. When I come back from eating, if I jump back on here, we're gonna head back down and take that guy out. I think I can take him out pretty darn easy now. I'm a little bit low level to be fighting him. About 2 levels. Actually, let's just go and knock him out.
City's got noisy, eh? Refugees everywhere.
Don't customers know there's a war on? Never go wrong. Then consider it.
Thank you. With technology these days, I'm sure she left some hair.
Hello. Nice day for a walk.
I wouldn't give you anything I wouldn't eat myself.
Can I have that, please, sir?
Of course, love.
Are the gods truly this petty?
Ready and willing.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Walk in blood, unholy assassin. It is Lord Baal's will.
Picks a fight. The con.
Ah, shit.
Save me. I can't take much more.
This'll dampen the pain.
Take your...
what's ahead.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Please help me.
Take you.
This is gonna be close. Nope, it's over with. He's almost down. Okay. Don't hit him. Don't hit Gale. Don't hit Gale. Don't hit Gale. Don't hit Gale. Shit. Hey, raise him up. Cast. Guidance on them.
Have to keep going.
Is he gaining health back every round or something? Oh yeah. Seven times 3. 7 times. So 7 is the lowest. Oh, one turn, okay.
Cut and run. A better position. Weave. Can't take me.
Oh, he's sucking those back up. Alright, I won. So now I just need to save this. And I will be back after my dinner. And then I will check what we got